Attorney Thursday. Ace Attorney Thursday. Ace Attorney Thursday. Hi, y'all. I'm very excited. Can you tell? Oh my god. It's here again. The Return of the King. I even have some tea to celebrate, and also because I know what this game does to my throat. But here's the fun part. Last time we did Ace Attorney, there were 2 games. Oh no, now we've got 3. Very excited. I'm very happy to be back in Ace Attorney. Once again, same as Great Ace Attorney, I have never played these games. I know a little bit about the end of the first trial for Apollo Justice. That's it. But it's Ace Attorney, so I'm excited regardless. I'm wearing the wrong outfit? Which one do I need? And which one is that, wristwatch? Also, hello, wristwatch, Lady Devoir, Monica, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. No, I already checked on this. We're good. Oh, I saw some of y'all chatting a little bit beforehand. An objection emote is very good. I really should have some emote ideas. I have a few in mind. I just need to find someone to commission for them specifically. Teacher outfit. Something's happening. It looks very well animated. Showdown time. I don't know poker. Were either of those hands good? You lose. Ugh! Screaming. Bottle. Ah! More screaming. Well, don't forget that redeem exists for a reason. Oh my goodness, someone's dead. In an Ace Attorney game? Never would have seen that coming. You remember downloading the demo for Apollo Justice back when they did? Oh, something like that. Oh, I missed something. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here in a minute. I'm in your hands. Come to that. Alright, 1 second. I feel like I just really need a full-on suit. Prepared for my magical quick change. Oh, did I hit the wrong button? Oh, I did hit the wrong button. It's this one. There it is. I just need the full Phoenix Wright suit. That's what I need. And also opposed to do the whole objection thing. But you know what? That's something for later. Now we're lawyers. Yay. Lawyers, detectives, therapists. A lot of things. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Hello, Punisher. Welcome. You're just in time. Okay, I need to come up for a voice for everyone that comes. So first, Apollo is going to be our main character. He's kind of the younger. He's a little bit younger. He's like, panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Wait, no, I don't. Good morning. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching voice. Is that that noise? Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, huh? I'm fine! I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Cords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine! That explains it. I detect a certain rasping quality to your speech. I'm fine. There we go. It's a little. So right now he's actually more like this. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. Is this dude our prosecutor? I don't know. You're wearing the lawyer badge. Hi, Beast. I'm going to assume. See, here's the thing. My immediate thought is maybe this is our killer, because I don't remember who our killer is for this one. I only know a little bit about the trial itself. But beyond that, my knowledge of this game is 0. That does bring me a question. I'm curious what everyone else's experience with the Ace Attorney games is. Oh my goodness, we already have some things. Look at that. I'll get to that in a second. Does he have love of wine and maybe a vampire? He might. We'll find out. If he puts his foot on the stand in the middle of the trial, we'll know for sure. And then having to stop the trial because of it. Is that a fun way to do the demo? Because basically my quick history with Ace Attorney is a friend at the time of mine played this game, but I only know part of it from back then, like way back in the day, like 15 years ago. I played the first game on emulator. Don't tell anyone, that's a secret. I played the original Ace Attorney Trilogy on my own a couple years ago, and then we did Great Ace Attorney on stream. So I have a little bit of experience, but still so many things we do not know. Yes, many of you were there with me for Great Ace Attorney. It was fun times. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir! I'm all over that drift! Like Mario Kart, or Fast and the Furious, in Tokyo. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. Okay, my immediate suspicion is on you. I want you to know that you're immediately my most suspicious person. In part because this is the tutorial trial, and they tend to make it easy. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. I do know who the client is, though, and it's kind of fun, because I know that throughout this game, it's silly. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Oh my goodness, who was this old dude with the weird hat and the 5 o'clock shadow? Hoodie. Hello, random sir, who we've never met before. Oh! Good, morning! Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something, help? So, you're... Fine, I'm fine. Mr. Fine is... They did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And she's your friend! So why... You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, Time. Shall we? Yes, sir! I feel like the voice I'm giving this character now is not going to be the same one I give him when he's not in this outfit anymore. Okay, I need to focus. I'm shifting into lawyer mode. First trial. Here comes justice. Yeah, that's a good catchphrase. Yeah, I'm gonna use that At the start, he's a bit squeaky. Yeah, it's fine. April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. The court is now in session. Hello, Judge, sir. It's been a while. I missed you. And you're looking as regal as ever, sir. Herman, Molly, Grandpa, yes or no? Oh God, it's this motherfucker. You again? Why is it always you? That's fine. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Fine, going blank. Don't panic. Too late.
Your name was Mr. Justice. This is your first trial.
Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine. Really.
Are you quite sure? Your voice sounded a bit strained. Mr. Gavin.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case.
That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice.
Well, of course he wants justice. But you entrust this case to this greenhorn. Why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Okay, never mind. I know what's gonna happen here. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience. Fine. But does he have cords of steel? Ignore the squeaking.
Then let's begin. The defendants may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? Oh my goodness, it's Nick. He looks like he's seen better days, but it's fine.
I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges. Mr. Payne?
To think, I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. I hope to God that the pin on his hat changes expressions every now and then. Also, it's weird seeing Phoenix so calm. And, like, not being Apollo right now. That is correct, wristwatch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, our defendant is Phoenix Wright. He hasn't been a defendant since Game 3, Act 1? I think he was the defendant for the first trial in, Trials and Tribulations? Ahem! The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him right up on the head. Smack! Killed him cold. What is his hair? We don't ask questions about Payne and his haircut. We really don't.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? The defendant, you say he was?
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist? Pianist?
I never know how to say that word. This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Because alcohol, we cannot show in this game that I'm pretty sure is rated T for teen. That we pushed the rating too high. We can't do it, so it's gotta be grape juice. It is not wine. Ignore it completely. The grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
It also feels weird to be playing a 2D Ace Attorney game again.
Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently.
You know, it makes me feel ready. That said, we do have this. Look at this, it's our badge. Oh, I should make... Wait. No, I feel like I should make... Do self-model an attorney badge for my... I just had a wonderful idea. I'm gonna try and do it by next week. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, ideas written down. I had to remember. I had to make sure that I would remember it later. They are. It's incredibly small, but that's fine. Many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. A new throwable indeed, Punisher. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. My attorney badge. It's so detailed. So itty-bitty. Time of death, victim's name, Shoddy Smith, age unknown. Estimated time of death, April 17th, between 1:45 and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead. This is the photo of the event. Time. Of the crime scene. Whatever. Words. A grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Uh-oh. That's never a good sign. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. If I have any clue what that is. Boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. Phoenix Wright, pianist at the Borscht Bowl Club, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown. Shady Smith is probably actually his name. The victim in this case, a traveler, only recently back in country, and Winston Payne, prosecuting attorney. For all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. Not necessarily a wristwatch. The bottles they use to, like, in Hollywood are made of a thing called sugar glass that are made to break very easily and very specifically. Real bottles, much stronger. They do not break that easily. That being said, it should have blood on it. It should absolutely have blood on it. There is no blood on this thing. Beyond that, it being intact is fine. Now that being said, it can break, but it's a lot more difficult. The court record! Right! I've heard of that! Use R to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just use R. Sometimes time for some hands-on action.
So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
Oh, we believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant?
That, too, was unclear at present, Your Honor. Oh, yeah. Those glasses are thick. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill, of which he most certainly has. A lack of. Not the skill. He has a lack of the skill. I'm insulting you, right? That's what you get for humiliating me so many times.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Indeed. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Objection!
It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent class of passion. Only the cards, the backs wreathed in blue flames, know its final outcome. Come again.
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here, then. to find out more about this fatal game of cards.
Right, why are you smirking like that? You seem so much more confident now. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I kinda miss you being a blundering fool, but you know what? This is a good look for you. I'm not gonna lie. I like the stubble.
Very well, defendant. You will testify in court about the poker competition held on the night of the crime.
My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Oh, here goes nothing. My first trial, I say, when it's actually my 5, 6, 10, 15, 20, 25, the high 20s, at the very least. Pianist by trade, yeah, I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. Room where we play in a competition, and there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy.
A pianist who can't play piano?
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Shouldn't the prosecution be doing its cross-examination? Whatever. Screw it. Right, Your Honor. On my first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
Oh, my brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. But you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examinations? Sure, why not? Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Likes the camera. Yes, teach me. I know nothing. You should not say that on the bench at your first trial. Didn't you go to law school?
Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with the R button.
But I didn't hear anything that's strange at all in the testimony just now.
A good sign that you need to press the witness with the L button for more information.
Press him?
Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information.
This remarkable man looks like he's daydreaming. A lot. About birds, maybe. Do you know what he's gonna have for dinner? But isn't Mr. Wright my client?
Well, think you can do it?
Yeah, Apollo asked a good question there. Why? Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir. I think I can do it.
I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it.
Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if! Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
You can hardly play?
Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want.
Was that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Morse Ball Club?
You just to play poker?
Well, it seemed to be the case. I am a professional, after all.
Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how many years it's been since you were last in trial, Phoenix, but my god, you have learned how to sass, and I love it. You learned it from your boyfriend. Feel like you learned it from your boyfriend. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. Wow, okay, you really have been out of the courts for a while. And I've never lost once. What? See why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. That's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. Played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? Statistically, no. Unless you're a dirty cheater. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? Yeah, that's quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays, and also on the dark web. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. Smoky room. Gambling halls. No, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, Goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it. Still haven't played the Miles Edgeworth games. Are they good? I'm going to just say probably. I also want to play the Professor Layton games. And Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Oh, so many games to play. Ghost Trick was on fucking discount on Steam today, and I'm like, well, I'll play that later. Why was he a lawyer? Because he wanted to be a lawyer. It was a whole thing in the third game about like why he became a lawyer when he was originally an art student. Well, it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Two decks of cards? Simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate two decks, no one can slip in cards. But something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. Poetic, really. Incidentally, we use two types of cards at the club. I mean, considering he was, well, actually, he was a lawyer. He wasn't a very rich lawyer. He was a very good lawyer. He was not a rich lawyer. One deck of cards was red. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. Also, this is Japan. I imagine the university is not quite as expensive. So how much does he in? Not as much as he would be if this was America. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. Apparently not well paid. You know what? Considering the original Ace Attorney games, yeah, I can see that. This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understand the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? I feel like that's normal. Public defenders paid by the state do not get paid a lot, and they have to work a lot of cases they don't have time for. People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendants, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Well, that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor.
fucking sassing the judge. Phoenix, I love you in this state. The Phoenix Wright who does not give a shit is so good. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely had that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Silence? Then there's the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yeah? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something you said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. What was it? When you figure it out, I suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why? I'd better check the court record. Can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. I never touched the murder weapon. Okay, to be fair, we're only assuming this is the murder weapon. Once again, no blood. Luminol. We do a luminol spray on this thing. See if this has blood on it. But you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle, right? So I said. Nothing the matter, Mr. Justice. Too bad, our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Sorry. Such yelling can damage the judge's ears. And our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prince did something. The prints were alone don't prove that he did it. Objection! How they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints? Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason for that. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle. Screaming. Oh my goodness, I forgot some of the faces they make in the 2D versions. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? Well, the only thing that matters is the truth. Hi, Maya. Thank you for the hydrate. Ow. Hi, Maya. Thank you for the boss check. Hi. Welcome. How you doing? Hydrating with a nice cup of tea. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprint on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hold you... Take two? You got your taxes done? Congratulations! God, I do those as quickly as I can every year. Get it the fuck over with. This could hurt your case. I I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still, that... 4-ish hours, oof. I do mine, like, online and stuff. There are sources for, like, free filing stuff. Still in the butt. But it's like, I refuse to use TurboTax. Absolute fucking hell. Fuck them. What was I saying? I got distracted.
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Fair. Valid. Near the scene?
Well, let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. Why is it, as much as I don't like this guy, he's a pain in the ass, I do love doing his voice. It's so much fun. Your mom still does your taxes? Hey, as long as you got someone to do it. Oh yeah, that sucks. Gonna get your fucking paperwork. Ugh. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call? The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as assistant and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative?
Play safe, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? What a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime? That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
Well, who are you? The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. He looks more like All Might. Like, before All Might existed. I guess I never really noticed that. Apollo Justice is just All Might, but different. Oh, also, those are at the side, I guess. But whatever. Getting nitpicky about designs. Oh, I used a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You are sure?
I swear it on my gallows. Please, come out.
Isn't violence against the hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is okay.
Now, the prosecution... Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's... paraphernalia?
Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be...
My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Sport Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it is my pride to show Borscht that is naming a restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service.
Take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures.
Like for example, this one.
Okay, I do remember a little bit more about this trial, and that this picture is incredibly important.
So that's the defendant?
Indeed! On the night of the murder, man in the white hat is one who has come kaput.
Indeed, that is the victim. Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
The same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on the laps of customers. Casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
We should take a look at this evidence. Where were you at the time of the murder? 1 moment, please. You by the defendant and notified the police. Hello? What is this? Wow, the battery's being held in place with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care? I feel like this is going to be important later. Hey, wait a second. Hold on. Hold the phone. Shady, Mr. Shady, Mr. Smith, Mr. Sir, that necklace that you are wearing, why does that look so familiar? There was something else I was going to point out about this that I remember from seeing my friend at the time playing this. First of all, pay attention to where Phoenix is sitting, where the bottles of wine are, and how he is sitting, and how would you pick up a bottle of wine? Anyways, moving on. Second of all, the necklace that he is wearing. God damn it, Phoenix, I can't see your neck like this. Show me your neck. I know you're wearing that same necklace. Same one? Is it a matching pair? Is Shady your secret boyfriend that Miles Edgeworth doesn't know about or does know about? I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Where were you at the time of the murder? I was in the room. The hideout, we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? This room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Have I ever mentioned how much I love the names in Ace Attorney? How fucking beautiful they are? Famous gangster bad guy was arrested. His room where murder took place. What? You'll look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of. But there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. Victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means...
Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for the game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done. But something terrible has happened, da. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Excuse me?
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. That's ridiculous. Because... Why does this matter? Because Mr. Wright can't lose! Yes, that's... why?
Justice. I may be with a more legitimate objection.
But he hadn't lost in 7 years! Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose my case my first 7 years as prosecutor either until I went up against that terrible upstart Phoenix Wright. Where's Payne looking? He's having a flashback. Give him a moment. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips that they lay at the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Okay, I have an immediate question. You say he strangled him to death. I'm pretty sure the autopsy says that he, a single blow to the forehead. I do not believe you. That being said, I will continue to press you because I like your voice. You were dealing cards? Wait, no, you were dealing cards. Do you do this often? Nah, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht? What is borscht? It is my work.
Good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. Why is this important? It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. I'll go there. Sounds lovely. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da? I want to know more about this locket. His locket? Even it was good luck charm, da? He grabbed it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Although it was small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift.
The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket.
Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it is.
It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society.
Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So what happened next? Something terrible?
The defense will refrain from neither shouting.
Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Mr. Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Apollo, this is not the important part of this conversation.
Well now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please, refrain from embarrassing me.
Your face says smiling, but the aura around you says, if I embarrass you again, I'm going to be the one underground. And someone else is going to be on trial. And it certainly won't be you, because you know how to get away with it, because you're a lawyer. You can read a lot from a person's air.
Why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker?
Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orley. And this cute little girl, is she gonna be a murderer? It wouldn't be the first time. Enough on this one. Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Mrs. Orley. Or Miss Orley, sorry. Really now, did you witness the crime?
Oh, wow, she's really dexterous with that pot.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
That's a good point. If he was hit on the head, why is the murder weapon over there? Why is it not covered in blood? Why why is his hat not dented? Why a lot of things? Yet, it is the fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
Oh, brutal.
Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit.
Why are we not showing this photo earlier? But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own guy this time.
Justice, I admire your enthusiasm. Perhaps you should think this through once more.
What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination.
There's such a thing as thinking too much. Yeah, I do it all the time. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it.
There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too.
And unlock it when this is done. Wait. The last hand is done. Oh yeah, this is the last hand. Based on this, yeah, he would deliver the Western ships. At least that much. Wait, okay, something's weird. Why? Okay. Detective Forensics. Looking at this photo, he was hit with his head already back. Had to have been because the blood trail goes backwards. Also, when you swing something like that, normally it goes down. It should be on the top of his head that he was hit, but instead he was hit on the forehead. Which means his head was back. Blood goes down, it should, instead of going forward. There are many questions that seem weird about this. See here, I might be missing something. Alright, customers asked me to deal cards for game. Normal. Both players played with hats on. I think it just wants me to... You hit him with bottle? What? Oh, you changed your... Okay. Let me press on this real fast. You didn't say anything about hitting before. Oh, sorry. I must be forgetting this now.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind. And chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Why? Yes, that sums it up nicely.
So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Wait, hold on. Where's his locket? Hello? Where is your necklace, my dude? He had it here in this picture, but he's no longer wearing it here. Is that important? Well, the music stopped, so... You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on the locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you're not about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, that'd be rude.
No, but look at this photograph. Nickelback starts playing softly in the distance. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I need to be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. Looks over to Phoenix Wright wearing that locket. What do you think, Phoenix? Where do you think the locker went? No idea, man. Not a clue. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Oh! Defendant! What do you have to say to this? Hey, look at that! He's wearing the locket. Say... Yeah? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket. With a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? Oh, we confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. I'm sorry, his what now? This part I didn't know. So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? I didn't know you and Miles Edgeworth adopted. Congratulations.
Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
Mrs. Orley. I keep saying Mrs. It's Miss Orley. Why am I reading this wrong? You will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant.
All those Russians and Great Ace Attorney have prepared me for this moment. The game began with 3,500 pointed chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. And the one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant played with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Hold on, that contradicts your last testimony. What happened to the strangulation? Excuse me? Or did we just forget that that's a thing that you said?
Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Oh, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor. And now, Your Honor, now I regret what I done. A common tale, but it's true.
Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Actually, I don't really care about that part. Whether or not he won or lost doesn't really matter. It kind of does. Motive. But also, I'm going to skip ahead just a moment. Like, we don't need to press on everything. The moment lost was decided. Defendant grabs bottle from table and what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw what all happened right before me. I saw bottle coming down on victim's head. None of that makes sense with the evidence we have lined up. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime.
Remember, your first goal was to gather information.
Yes, sir. Without contradiction, here comes justice. Can I use your own testimony against you? What happened to the locket? What happened to that part? I know they do, but I was like, no. Let me destroy the credibility of this witness by saying, didn't you fucking say this earlier? Hello? I'm sure it's this one because there's something weird, but... Grabs bottle from table and goes smack. I guess this is possible that you could do this if, like, instead of, but you wouldn't be swinging down if you, like, swung from the side and hit him in the head. It would knock them backwards. And maybe the blood would go. Ow, I hurt myself. But still. The blood splatter. I guess, well, it's hard to believe there's not much blood from it. Anyways. Decide what pieces I want to go with. Let's see here. Then we'll press a little bit while I think on it. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't even calculus. It's not even long division. I don't. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Nah, of course. Hello? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Always press harder. Push a little bit further. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? Well, for starters, how do the points work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No matter how these work out, I don't think this adds up to 7,000. Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not a... What is this, Dr. Seuss book? Thanks. Now that I press her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubies even? Yet, as I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chips. A 100-point chip and 1,000-point chip. Okay, so we have 100 and 1,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 10,000. Yeah, I see 10,600 points on the board. Question? Why are there 10,600 points on the board when the maximum is supposed to be 7,000? Where did the 10,000 come from? We're about 3,600 over. It is not money, that? Justice. Sir? Don't you find her comments interesting? In more ways than one, sir? I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Added to the testimony! I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Your Honor. Think hard about the chips and the chips. Now, do I present it here? You're sure it was the victim who won? Wait, I don't think that was the right thing I wanted to ask. It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten...
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see... Tell me, which are worth 1,000 points? Oh! I see. I'm stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah. I see. I was doing it wrong. My brain said bigger was the bigger number. The bigger chip meant bigger number, but that's wrong. This is exactly 7,000 points. And in fact, the one absolutely dominating here is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Tell me, which are worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh! Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1 carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at the photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. And now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain the contradiction. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in the photograph, there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Congratulations, y'all, we're doing math.
Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself.
All right, you don't have to be patronizing. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips to—
Wow, you motherfuckers are fucking stupid. I'll be over here while you do the math. You need to use your fingers. Would you like a calculator? Would that make it easier?
Oh!
Exactly! If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant, 4,100.
Oh, now. It seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning! Screaming! Now, Mrs. Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Screaming. Russian girl scream.
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness' testimony at— Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, see what, Miss Orley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam?
They're all the same thing. Yes, that it was cheap in the last hand. That is why I gave inch with chips as they are. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating?
Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. Will be interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in the deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. At the next moment, game becomes argument, and the defendant's trick was exposed.
Spade, diamond, heart, club. Spade always looks different. So, unless we see the back of the card, I can't really tell.
He took both in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Mr. Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin, what's a full house?
What do you see? It was a television show in the 80s? I'm gonna say the 80s? I don't know. I never actually watched it.
Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker.
I can't say this bodes well for your case or career that I don't.
What? Huh? What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring?
Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish? I know that. Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number make a pair, and 3 makes the 3 of a kind.
Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That is a full house.
That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? And you can see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses.
But we forget, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
What who's very good about cheating? Because you never cheat a perfect score. Terrible, terrible idea.
But then it just becomes obvious. How hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, It is making a pair and a 3 of kind at the same time.
Yes, that's right. Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, but it's not impossible.
Okay. Full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
4 of each card, you say? And there is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons.
You don't say. Oh, and did you know the cards are numbered 1 to 13? Add all the cards in the deck and you get 364 a year.
I'm gonna be honest, never knew that. Did not know that. You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? And that's why each deck has 2 jokers. And they say the second joker stands for the leap year.
Me looks to the calendar. Calendar, February 29th. Totally planned that on purpose. For sure, 100%, and you have no proof otherwise.
And thus, you have a perfect representation of the year. All in a deck of cards.
I don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this.
How was it clear? The defendant, he played a 5th ace.
1, 2. Uh-oh, wait. Is that an ace in the background or a 2? I can't tell. But also, there are 2 decks. 5th ace? I remember both hands very well. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Did I misread it? Hold on. King, 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 ace, ace. Ace, ace, 7, 7, 7. Ace, 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 king, king. No, not that photo. No, not that photo! Fuck it, we're moving on. I already noticed it. Hey, did you notice it? And Mr. Wright's too. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony, without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Hold it! 5th ace? Nah, it should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well. 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's too.
Where did this call come from?
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to the deck is no less than a serious taboo than forging evidence in a court of law. Wow, way to foreshadow, and to tell us some history there that we don't know about.
Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice.
I have no intention of staying quiet. Not me. No, sir. I had better find some contradicting evidence fast. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? About my name? Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo with your objection finger. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony?
This one. Oh, wrong button. That button. Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Objection! Oh well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Objection! Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hands. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Oh, wait, please. Hey, it is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. And there was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day.
You're right to trust your instincts.
Mr. Gavin?
Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne.
Yes?
The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Victims? It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice.
Yes, sir. Oh, they're going to teach us how to investigate.
When examining evidence, we should be sure to view it from all sides and angles.
I can talk, I promise.
Try using the right stick up, right stick left, right stick down, right stick right to turn it every which way, and X button and Y button to zoom in and out to give you a better perspective on the case.
Okay, let's do this. Huh? Excuse me? Hello? 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 Something's weird here. What?
Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards.
The back is a different color! Huh? That's impossible. But I put that card in the right hand. Ah! Excuse me? Excuse me? You did what now?
What was that, Miss Orley?
Yes, I merely said that I have...
Your Honor, Mr. Govern, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say? A dealer. Oh! Oh!
Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss Orley.
She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Uh-oh.
Order! Order!
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. Wow, nice choice of internal monologue word there, buddy. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. I put that card in the right hand. There we go. Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What?
Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you?
We really shouldn't. That's not our job, but this is Ace Attorney, so... Time for justice! It's me, I'm the justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, then that means... I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. I don't think we technically have... Well, we shouldn't have that power. Oh, there she goes. Hey. Oh, your borscht landed nice properly. Cool. Hey, that's still warm.
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
And it appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice?
Your Honor?
It seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means?
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What? Did it? I held out.
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Phoenix? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. I was about to say, we've never had a tutorial trial that lasted more than 1 day. It's normally the one and done type of deal. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Do you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous.
Yeah, nope, ain't that the truth. Dude fell off a bridge, and all he had was a mild concussion. No, I guess he was in a coma for a short time, but he was fine.
Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before!
The 2 decks of the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed.
You used different colors and they still got mixed up.
We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
I assume that's because the blue deck is right there. And also because they constantly said something about, like Gavin was saying earlier, the wave of blue.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating.
Yes, the card slips in the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions.
1, you as the person playing across from them, how would you not notice it? 2,
why is it the king? Apollo?
Yes?
Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped?
When?
There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Oh, yeah! Thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped?
It very well could have been after the murder. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly!
For the simple reason of, that's not cheating. That's a cover-up.
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Oh.
See you later, babies. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over?
Hey, dumbass, I'm kind of helping your case here, which I should not be doing. This is making Phoenix look bad, because obviously, if motherfucker over there really did have 3 aces, then we kill him, then replace his ace with the king, so that we remove all evidence of cheating. It's to remove evidence of cheating, not to cheat. The cheating already happened.
Who would do that?
No, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes. The simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley.
Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue?
I don't really want to give this answer.
I thought, because Olga said, I thought for sure I put that in Mr. Wright's hand.
The one who swapped the cards was Mr. Wright. It was you, wasn't it?
And why would I do such a thing?
Well, because, maybe you were trying to hide the fact that you cheated?
That would make sense, but the swap card was in the victim's hand. Oh. Sorry. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not that nice.
Come to think of it, he would lack a motive for helping his opponent to win. Okay, so who was it that swapped them? The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga or Lee either.
What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point.
Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
My apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun this is. I haven't been a defendant in, now 10 years? I don't know how long it's been. A long time.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it?
Precisely.
Huh?
I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find that indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made two critical mistakes.
Surely you're going to tell us what the first was that the first was swapping the wrong color card.
Because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card.
Of diamonds?
About it.
What do you mean? Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king.
I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All I knew was that the game had been won with the full house.
Number not suit? Yeah.
They picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Well, it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
Well, that was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Oh no, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries.
Meanwhile, I love him.
I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice.
Yes, sir?
The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
The locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright?
You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket? Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there.
Adorable. Child. Remember, Hero, she'll come back. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. I think her name is Tracy?
Most people are. I'm sure you'll meet her one of these days. Probably in the very next chapter. Or the next episode.
The next what?
Don't worry about it. You get used to it.
Well, one more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you?
What do you think?
Huh?
You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did?
No, I don't. Can you fill me in?
It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat.
I never! Honest! But
it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Wanna know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker.
Huh?
You see, poker is all about reading your opponent.
Which, as a lawyer, he got pretty good at.
And that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker
is like trial law?
Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win.
Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds.
I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information.
You're kidding.
A witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice?
I did not. No. Come on, who noticed that? I really should. Mainly because I didn't think that was a thing that Ace Attorney did. They do have their twitches and stuff, but they're usually more obvious than that. They're not that subtle. Ace Attorney is not known for its subtlety.
Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you.
Rest in peace, Mia.
See you next time Maya decides to come around.
But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. F in the chat for Mia, our dear departed mentor. What?
Nah, you can do it.
Huh?
You just don't know it yet.
What's he talking about?
But you will. Soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet.
What? I knew it.
I have my reasons, of course. And all shall be revealed.
You did hear your name. Congratulations. Or do you not know about the great shaman Maya Fey?
Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power.
My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. I think she appears in... I don't know if she appears in Dual Destiny. I think she's in Spirit of Justice, which is the 3rd game in the trilogy, so we're not going to see her for a while. But she's good. We love her. She was here. She was Phoenix's assistant during the original trilogy.
Time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. In about 10 seconds.
Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. The trial resumes. Dear God, it's only been an hour and a half. I feel like I've been here for 1,000 years already. Don't know how. So much has happened. Or that and my throat's just getting raw. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm doing that presently. I'll do it some more. Thank you for the posture check. We'll do that too. Fetchy. In my defense, I think I'm pretty good about keeping my posture proper. At least when I'm playing, you know, console games. PC games is another matter. Anything with a controller, I sit just fine. It's when I'm playing PC that I tend to do a bit more of the... I try not to shrimp, though.
Court will now reconvene.
Thank you for the bonk.
Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
And that's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Certainly, fatigue isn't sufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute.
Is it? Unless we hit her with a subpoena, I don't think she technically has to. Well, not America. Not America, not our planet. This is a world where a trial has to happen in 3 days.
The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Not. Hello? Name's Olga Orley, that's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers Orley.
Oh, really?
Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. But my last name sounds like oh really. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. What a costume change. Witness! Hey, you would tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath and you've already committed perjury. Like, legitimately, that's already a crime and you've already committed it. It's kind of unavoidable at this point that we will charge you for that at a later date, but this is not that trial. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. You get a warning for your perjury. You can do a little bit of perjury as a treat. But any more than that...
Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I made a Southern all of a sudden. You know what? This is fine. This is kind of the voice we're sticking with. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. You were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend. The unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Smith would call them out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Suppose as a cheater, you swapped the cards! And suppose as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. And just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Is it the bandana that's giving me southern vibes? Is that it? Oh really, Ollie? Oh really? You know what? I'm stupid. I should have noticed the oh really earlier. Because that, I'm pretty sure... Let me check something. It's pretty damn close to how Kaden does her oh really for her emote. I'm like, God, I should have fucking noticed. Ah! Stupid fucking goddamn Ace Attorney and their goddamn pun names. I love it.
How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card?
Hey, that's right! He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orley.
Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind stick.
That's that one. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I do. I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad! Oh, that just makes you cuter. We don't have time for this, though.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost in the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. And that rotten cheetah had to mess it up. Look who's talking!
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
Oh, with witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? This planted card, which card was it exactly? The trump card, the 5 of hearts. A card that is nowhere to be seen. Interesting. Well, there's a 5 down there, but I can't tell what suit that is. Spades, maybe?
Well, let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house.
But those are 7s. Oh, the 5 was, that's right, the 5 was replacing an ace. It doesn't matter, he already has one.
At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we served borscht and suckers.
Mind me never to go there.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good pot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Wait. Oh, because of the 5 aces. So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
Those are the worst things to be known as, I suppose. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
That's what happened with the search. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof! Zippo. Which hits every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long storied career, never has quick fingers already, been so ready to do it.
Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? But the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright early and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... Hello? Why'd everything go all negative? What was that just now? I sensed something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. Oh, what to do? Should I press her a little harder? Disorderly! You're hiding something! What are you talking about? You... me? Quick fingers over here? Hide something? An offense to refrain from baseless accusations! I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it and Wright hit him. She's doing the thing with her hand again on her neck. I don't know if that was a fake tell, or maybe it is a real tell. Because she did it when she said that she saw Wright to do it. I saw it and Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? My witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Her doing it right now. Touching her neck, was it? Whoa! What's going on? Oh, the sensation. It's coming into focus. There. That twitch. It's so clear. It's like I can perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Gotcha. Perceive. Apollo Justice has superpowers. Huh. To be fair, we've dealt with ghosts before. Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Do you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Do I have memory of this evidence? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. But what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There's some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. This part, when his neck is like, oof, all back, and it makes you go like, ugh. Makes me want to stretch my neck out. Maybe? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with it. I failed, and the music's still going. I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't have any particular memories of that. Of course not. It was probably the bottle. You want a habit, Mr. Justice? I'll show you a habit. I'd better get this sorted out before I develop a habit of my own. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle? The murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you're only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you! Now this is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture! The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant!
Justice. I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. But certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later. Just trust me, now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please. Now.
How'd you put that back on and off again so fast? Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Hold it! You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came.
Pretty good. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. Because we know that Phoenix Wright called the cops himself. But what's that? He wasn't sitting there in a date.
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Take that! Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Burst Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. I mean, she could have just gone with him, but also she said that he never left the room, so, you know. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. No downtime. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to Ryan. He hit me! You! Some master of cheating you turned out to be! Wait. Incredibly dramatic. When I came to, the victim was already dead.
The victim was already dead. Is that it?
That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in a league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. That means you didn't fucking see anyone fucking do shit. Well, no, that's not entirely true.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this!
It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin? Sir?
I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar.
What?
We were in the room that night of the murder. The defendant, the victim, and her. She has a motive.
Motive?
A plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder.
Yeah, murder, whatever. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone trying to frame me.
What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive.
Hold on, that's a cool line. I want to do that again.
What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive.
There we go. Much better take. Use that one in the final audio. Thank you.
So tangled we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright?
That's a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin.
What are you saying?
Why not consider the other possibility? There was another person in the room at the time of the murder.
Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess.
A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder, and the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of cards were being used. A fourth person.
Ha! This theory again! Your fourth person doesn't exist!
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
Hello? There it was? What do you mean? Hello? Sir? Phoenix? Mr. Wright? Nick? What?
Paulo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about.
Sorry.
Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error.
They weren't. I refuse to say he or she. I'm changing it today.
They weren't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were colorblind.
Christoph Gavin is colorblind. I noticed it earlier. He said a wave of blue. He knew that he knew or he thought the cards were blue. But why would he know that? Cards that were used were red. Maybe not colorblind, but there's one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Maybe he is colorblind. Yeah, I had that impression too. But why? Well, Paul, think you can figure out who it was? Hey, it's not me! I swear! Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Don't worry, Apollo. You'll get used to it. I'm not gonna say it won't happen. I'm gonna say you'll get used to it. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. It was right? First off, Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. He said it was blue before we saw the in-color photo. That's right, we didn't get the in-color photo until here. He thought they were blue because he was there, and he saw the back of the car. He saw the deck. Uh-oh. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Not colorblind, I jumped the gun just a little bit. Jumped the gun a little bit, but I still knew what was going on. Who the defendant was engaged in the game, was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, we saw this like an hour ago. A test of wits, a silent class of passion. On the cards, the backs read in blue flame. Know its final outcome. But at the time, we didn't know that the cards were blue or red. It was all in black and white. Until this photo came to light. And even then, we thought the cards were blue. Because of the deck. The deck on the table that you presume to be used in the match that was currently being played. The last was not true. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing.
Excuse me, I was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, even I never take a joke this far.
I miss Larry Butts. Hey, this has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb! Hey, this is insanity! You're accusing your own defense of being the actual criminal, of being the murderer!
No, my defense is Apollo.
I'm accusing my defense's mentor, boss, / partner, because that's how a law firm works. I'm the defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met!
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about?
Oh, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court.
The defense would like to request no such thing.
Gavin?
Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related?
Quite easily, actually, because there are things that we don't know yet about the murder and who and why and the...
What is your evidence?
Fuck you, that's my evidence?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Mr. O'Reilly... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
This is why Phoenix specifically requested that Apollo Justice be his defense attorney, not Christoph Gavin. Not because he's a newbie, not because he wanted him to get the experience, so that he could catch Christoph Gavin with his pants down.
Hold this up. Do you need a belt? Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
This is Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court.
At 2, Justice. You would betray me, your teacher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand. Please.
That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Katie Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police.
Do we have a record of his phone call with the police? I want to know what he said. Because that makes a lot of sense, actually.
When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's why I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
You sneaky bastard.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder?
I dine with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. Only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice. Sir?
He's lying, and you're going to expose him.
Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright. Oh, this can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial?
I'm sorry to tell you this, Apollo. You're in an Ace Attorney game.
You don't know it yet. You're in an Ace Attorney game. There's no such thing as a normal trial. You're kind of fucked. I would say congratulations that you're the protagonist, but it's just incredibly stressful. Hold it! You had dinner with Mr. Gavin?
Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. You're enjoying the usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see.
Well, Mr. Smith was...
That also makes sense, because, you know, there's the pianist. Bad one, but the pianist nonetheless. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed, the remnants of my meal at Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, and Kristoff left. After that...
And you still have food left over? How much did you order? Also, why was he wearing your locket? No, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he's wearing... It's just this one that looks the same. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time?
That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall?
Well, it does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened.
On, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? Hold it! About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orderly mentioned, right?
It was simple, elegant, really. See, we set up a trap of sorts. Placed a card in the pocket. Deal 5 aces during one of their games.
Blah blah, we already know about the trap, we've been through it. Yes, the trap for Phoenix. Trap made specifically for Phoenix. Phoenix's trap. That trap. Yes, harmless prank in essence. By a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I took a peek at it and found it was the 5 of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There's an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice. I don't see a card. Also, why would you put it in there? Ah, whatever. The murder weapon? Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits.
Open the bottle. Let me open the bottle. Oh, it's completely empty.
Please revise your testimony with this new information.
Go to the card in the bottle.
Objection!
I'm sorry, this bottle? Mr. Wright, if I may? Yeah? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely, isn't all you have to say for yourself?
Can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There is nothing. But what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? Like a magic trick. Where's Tracy?
In any case, please continue with the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh!
Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO.
Ugh. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening, Christoph and I had blah blah blah. Earl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I had to call the police. On the first floor, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? So, it was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. Didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone.
Hold it!
And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
Little?
He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. Guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that.
Hold it!
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. I figured Kristoff's law officers would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Oh, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. The truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Okay. To think, what's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with this testimony? It has to be in there somewhere. We already presented evidence for this one. What do we have? What's our evidence? Can't afford it, we just secure. I'm thinking. I don't think this is useful anymore. From a cut on his forehead. But wasn't it... I mean, the problem is blood is streaming, and it's impossible that it cut, but... Okay, let's review all the evidence. Attorney's badge, check. Autopsy report says he was killed in the middle of the night. Blunt trauma to the forehead. I mean, there is definitely blood on his forehead. This just doesn't really make sense.
Objection!
This is not going to work. I already know I'm going to lose a point for this. Now, blood was streaming, a small cut from the bottle, whatever. Thinking. This was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. He was dead. That's when I made another phone call to Attorney Gavin.
Objection!
I know, I'm gonna lose another point. I'm just like... I feel like I'm missing something. Did I press everything? This is the only thing that doesn't make sense, but we've already called him out on this, didn't we? Mr. Wright, if I may... Yeah? I was in the bottle and we already did this. Oh wait, no, wrong one. Find the bottle. I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. Oh, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. Wait. No, hold on. I do know something's weird. His hat. What about his hat?
Objection!
If he was wearing his hat, you should have been able to see it. I don't know why that took me so long. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yeah? Take a look at this photograph. Look at this photo. Anyways, of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Huh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? You wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene,
His head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why did you do a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene.
So, Miss O'Reilly didn't see it?
It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again.
Mr. Gavin?
Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case.
Hey, he's still our client, isn't he?
I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin, this witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone.
Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never.
Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the head on the victim's head, let's say I had a reason for doing that as well.
A reason?
That reason is right here.
Your cell phone?
That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation.
What's this?
Oh, we're all here. I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that? That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? It wasn't you, was it? Wait, what? That flawless bone? Wait, are you talking about his bald head? How would you know he was bald? He had his hat on the entire time. Always and forever he had his hat on. How did you know he was bald? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Own china plate? Kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plates, but pate. Pate, probably. I believe he's referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. He called it. Apollo's found it. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Well, certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate?
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Swift's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Oh, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hats back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright?
Order! I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
April 20th, 2:32 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. I would have thought today would turn out like this. May I? Hey, it's the daughter! Hi, daughter. Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card.
Please be the Five of Hearts. What's all this about? Is this one okay? And it's a red card. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I want to see if it matches. Would you look at that? It's a card. Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand's about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. Ace. Where do I remember this card from? Was her name Tracy or Trudy? It might be Trudy. We'll find out later. This is the missing ace. The fifth ace. The missing fifth ace. Wait, the splotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. That's when she was younger and she had a different colored hat and no earring. April 20th, 2:45 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Bloody ace. Single drop of blood marks the front of the card.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Hello, Copper Huntress. How you doing? Welcome to the potential climax of the first trial. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this fast necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom.
I'm doing well. I'm very excited to be playing this. I believe the strangest thing that this judge has ever seen is, oh boy. When the murderer was a ghost. Let's just put it that way. Ghost murder. A ghost did a murder. Ha ha ha. Fun times when ghosts do murder. Anyways, ignoring that.
Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald.
Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Answer the question. Phoenix! Phoenix, are you allowed to be standing here? Shouldn't you be over there in the defendant's chair? Like, Gavin's up there in the witness stand. You should be over in the defendant's chair. This is the defendant's bench. Like, this is where the lawyer sits. Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright!
What do you think you're doing, Wright?
Ah, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night. Everyone's taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit! Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime!
In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say?
You're doing the glasses thing where they, like, you hold them up and they get all shiny? They get all shiny? Which I know isn't an inherently, like, evil anime thing. But it is a suspicious anime thing.
Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my clients, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I show little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
Witness testimony. That fateful night.
The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. Well, that's when the call came from Wright.
So you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window.
Mr. Wright?
You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Pun intended. Right, Apollo?
Oh!
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Except for in, Greatest Attorney Chronicles, #1, the very first trial, the defendant and the defense were the same person.
Was it? Was that right?
Yes. We were defending ourselves.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder.
Right,
That man. You mean Mr. Smith?
He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course. But also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal.
Well, it makes sense that you know. They were friends after all.
Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. See, I fear this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then?
This is the important part. The little window. You mean the one you used to keep watch up the stairs?
Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Musketeers used it, I believe.
Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room?
I didn't want to upset Mr. Wright, you see.
Upset Mr. Wright?
Yes, one of my fears have been unfounded. I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least.
So far everything he's saying makes sense. How do you know it was right after the murder?
Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting that part of my testimony. There he is. The coolest defense in the West. We know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. And that overbearing personality of yours.
With friends like these, who needs enemies? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene?
Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. Not mean for that to rhyme.
And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright.
Did you see all that from the tiny little window?
Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw, at least.
Then we're back where we started, and the killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
For 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. After seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime.
Justice, I just said I saw no one. Not a soul.
But that goes against what Mr. Wright said.
Oh yes, there's a mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hands? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary.
How can I show something I can't find myself?
Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace.
5th ace, right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. I think I know what we need to present. Evidence showing the reason why a card... Oh, I know why. So this is how it's laid out right now, currently. This is how the crime scene was found. However, if the 5th ace had blood on it, and it was then swapped out, then he could not have been facing this direction because of the direction the blood is facing. It's going backwards, which means that if the blood dripped on the ace, it would have to be behind him. But why would the 5th ace be behind him if it should have been on the table at this moment? He was facing the wrong direction, which means someone messed with the crime scene.
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
Take that!
My reason is, this! Is that an ace?
Why? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade!
What? Oh, this is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Says the prosecutor, who keeps adding in fucking new fucking evidence, and all the prosecutors do in this place, because fuck you. Because in reality, evidence needs to be presented before the trial. You can't just add evidence in the middle of a trial. Not how it works. However, it's very dramatic. It is very dramatic to bring in new evidence in the middle of a trial. And how it works.
The spade? Oh, the spade! I'm missing 5th ace! Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card?
Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl.
Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Kind of her stock and trade, after all.
Objection!
No! Impossible! Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer.
It's not the real ace. It's not the real 5th ace. It's a fake. It's a forgery. He's holding the real 5th card. It just happens to look the same.
Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason?
The reason for
the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. The moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Didn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards?
I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible.
Oh?
Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 70 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know it's a serious crime to conceal evidence.
We can discuss the finer points of our legal system later, especially because bitch motherfucker Miles Edgeworth fucking Say that all the goddamn time, motherfucker. As you want to fucking talk about shit, fucking tell them his motherfucking ass. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You want to know why the killer would have taken the card from the crime scene. And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Hey, he's doing the thing when he doesn't have the suit on. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. New reaction image just dropped. Everyone, please take this as your next reaction image. Please use this as you see fit. What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. Quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Oh my goodness! Doesn't this look cool? The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Wait, hand? Or oh, hand. Card in hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. He's facing the wrong direction. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit? This one.
Take that!
Well, for one thing, the killer's in the wrong place, I think. You think? Mr. Justice, your job here is not to think, but to know. Just looking at you reminds me of the old days. Not the good old days, per se. How does a good old penalty— oh, really? Fuck me. And, Mr. Justice, think before you see. Fine, it's the victim, because he should have been turned around. My brain was saying, the killer, because he would have had to been on the other side. I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look! The victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Oh! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right! So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Would you look at that? You can turn around. The chair was facing the other way. It would have to be. Look at that. One second. We have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. You look away for half a second and the game decides to do a thing. The cabinet is the real murderer. Or it's like one of those situations where you open it up and it's one of those freaking what was it called? Final Destination, like Rube Goldberg machines, and a bottle flew out eventually and hit him on the head. Act of God or of death. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing a scene in this photo. Wait, no, wrong way, whatever. That would mean the killer's from the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. I need water. Yeah? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location in this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? Okay, this is where I point out the killer. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, and the second witnesses. Why, the killer, of course. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? Oh, I think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense! Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here. Where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram.
What? But... there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be.
Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front?
Take that!
The killer had to be standing, well, here! Yeah, you get points for flair, but that's about all you get. I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above?
Simple logic, really. And this is the only place the killer could have been standing. And that means that at the very moment of the crime...
Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there.
What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Well, let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. Which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard.
Got it. Put over there. See? Oh my goodness, we can move the cupboard. How amazing. Something feels wrong. I feel like something important just happened.
Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Blocking the window. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this? I say, with feigned sarcasm, with feigned confusion, and with the sarcastic, blah blah blah, I forgot how to words there. Sarcasm! Pointing things out. Fun times. What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact.
Huh? Oh, dang!
Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point out to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime?
Take that!
About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved?
Sure, why not?
Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would have completely covered up the window to the stairs. Oh, that's right. Someone sitting outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin, my boss and mentor and friend who I am now accusing of murder. Or at least of being a big fat liar and perjurer.
What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing its cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? Only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. Someone was. While the window of that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I will have order! Ow.
We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. Thank goodness for telephones. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? What did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there's a secret passage behind it. What? Incredulousness! I'm so astonished my beard is falling off. Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks of the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentioned it. The secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. Well, the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses can get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. Of course, this is kind of all hinging on the ace. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. Time of the murder. The window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. Again, this all hinges on the fact that this is a real that either this evidence is real or it's based on a real piece of evidence. Which we technically don't have, but... Oh, actually, that's something I forgot to look. How old are you? Phoenix Wright, age 33. Something happened to him when he was 26 then? 7 years ago? 30? Oh, yeah, 26. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Why'd you do that? I'll get help. What? Oh, right. I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and... after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. A single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red! You're in for it now, buddy. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor? The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. Not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. Of this bottle, for instance. Bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne?
And actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I already have an answer to that question, but we'll get to it in a second. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court, in this case, demands an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that's to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. See how the codfish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo?
Yes?
Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that.
Yeah! Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... gulping noises?
Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one.
Is there really another?
Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice?
Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demanded an explanation.
Don't worry. Justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
Oh, you know, I'm gonna pick up my bottle right here that I have right next to me, literally on the floor, in this exact same configuration. Oh, if I grab it normally, I'm grabbing it in a weird way. Interesting. How very interesting. And then I pick it up and then I move my hand around in a certain way. Interesting.
Hydrate. Or die straight, and you know we can't have that.
Take that!
To be fair, this is one of the few things that I knew about from... Don't ask me why. I don't know why I remember this. I don't know why I remember this from...
When did this game come out? When did this first game come out? No, stop.
2008. Fucking hell. It really was 15 years ago. Fuck me. I'm gonna go turn to dust now. Anyways, when this game came out and a guy I knew at school was playing it, this is another part of the trial that I knew about. Unfortunately, was this bottle, but also it's pretty clear. And I'll have more chances to prove myself. There are 16 episodes in this game. There's a lot to this game. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me, on the floor?
Yes. Now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. Ah! See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down! Gasp. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple.
Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. That's why there's no blood on it. To be fair, blood won't stick super well to that, I assume.
Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection.
Why is everyone so rude to Phoenix all the time? Do you know how awesome? Like, he was a fucking great attorney. He was great. Like, yeah, he pointed in another direction, but that other direction ended up being correct. All the time. Constantly. What?
You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof?
Proof? Well, that's, I sure hope I didn't just spit all over my fucking pop filter. We're fine. Not a little bit more.
As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. Just like the card.
Objection!
Wait! I want to be so sure about the card! The card that he put in the bottle of grape juice! When he found it! He said he put it in the bottle that ended up being the murder weapon. But it's not there! Which means if we found that bottle...
I don't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Oh, yes, oh, yes, I have your memo about that here. They're all just jealous of his awesome skills and his sick hair that you can't really see at the moment.
Retrieve the bottle from under the piano at the Bosch Bowl Club.
Retrieve the bottles. Retrieve the bottles. Get that card. Get the trump card. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his.
Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything.
Hey, Apollo.
Yeah?
Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle?
But why?
Just humor me.
Mr. Wright?
That bottle will solve this case once and for all.
What? That's some bottle! The Five of Hearts! Oh my goodness, who could have called that it'd be in this exact same bottle right where I said it would be? Oh my goodness, it's a miracle. There's something inside the bottle. This feels like a magic trick just happened. What's this?
That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment.
Miss Olga O'Reilly?
Yes, our little swindling Devochka.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, now this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony.
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the Five of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
Five of Hearts. This is the card. Is this your card?
The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that night.
You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Uh-oh. Holy shit. That's the board from earlier. Why is that still doing here? Sir, I didn't know you had such an incredible aura.
That's all. Is your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Justice with a capital J. Not, I know it says a lowercase j there in the subtitles, but it's a capital J, trust me. And it's me literally picking up Paul's hand and going, okay, point it right there. There you go. Good job, kid. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane! And what about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
I believe this time we're finally coming to an end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. They're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one wants to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim. Did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An old profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin. A man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I did two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me. It was a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. You have to set it right.
Right.
Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty.
Whee! Celebration! Yay! Congratulations! We did it! Huzzah!
Court is adjourned.
4:28 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3.
Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would.
I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. The killer.
I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability?
Ability?
Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. I had to use a magical magatama to look into people's hearts. But you can do it just by looking into their faces.
What was that about a magnetama?
Don't worry about it.
Wait, I wonder if he means... Flashback to a thing from an hour ago. Call it the Sean Spencer power. Or the Sherlock Holmes power. I don't know which. All of the above. Does anyone else remember Psych? The show that I didn't, until years after I finished watching it, realize that Sean was just modern age Sherlock Holmes. Apollo, look at this! Phoenix gently pushes his finger to a different piece of evidence, like that's like 2 inches to the right. God, Psych was so much fun. Psych was a good show. Answer, right. It was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. I took this off his neck the night he died. It looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. The truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. That is the truth. Wait, but then, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law offices after all. The best kind of correct, Maya. I can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs.
Apollo.
Yeah?
How about coming to work for me?
Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know of it.
I can't imagine that to be true, but...
Wait, but didn't you... You're not a...
Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore.
That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial... Pineapple... I like pineapple on pizza. It's fine. Some people say it has to be grilled. I do agree, grilled is better. But, like, if you... As long as, like, you cook it... Like, you put the pineapple on it and then, like, cook it. And cook the pizza fully. Like, you don't add it on top after it's already cooked. It's fine. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached a sad conclusion. Nah, you're fine. Everyone... They shouldn't mix. But boy, they can. But also, not everyone likes it. Whatever. Everyone has their own preferences. Their own taste. More pineapple for me. And he left law for good. You ever thought about coming back to the courts?
I'm not qualified to stand in the court of law, I'm afraid. Did you notice in today's trial? There is a single piece of forged evidence.
Forged evidence? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick.
Huh? One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence.
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright.
Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us.
It was good for drawing out that specific line from him, but besides that, it was in fact fake evidence. The only person who could claim was a fraud would be the one who took the real card. A nice little trick.
My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago.
Then, you really...
Yes, I forged this card. Well, look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real.
But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney!
Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true.
The rumor is true! 7 years ago.
None of that matters much now, does it?
Huh? Ah! Smacks him in the face. I punched him.
It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. Office's address. Drop in if you like.
I feel like this game was meant to start... How many Apollo Justice games were there? Was there only the one? Because I know after this we get Dual Destinies, which is back to Phoenix Wright.
Nope.
No, whatever.
Right. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time.
Someone's dead. A man is dead. Hello? And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. Yeah, there was only one Apollo Justice game. Which makes me think that it was a situation of, we're gonna try and make Apollo Justice the new protagonist. Everyone likes Phoenix more. Okay, we're bringing back Phoenix Wright as the protagonist. I don't have evidence of this. I'm just gonna assume that it's true. That sounds right. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Each mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law. And this is how my story begins. And that's where we're gonna end it tonight, y'all. At the end of the first episode. Save your current progress. Let's go. Ace Attorney Thursdays is back, and we're back at it. We're going to return to the games menu, because we don't want to start episode 2 yet. We're going to do that next week. Yeah, thank you for dropping by, Copper. And if you want, we always have VODs, both here on Twitch and on YouTube. Yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. Let's take a look. Interesting, I thought Yayo was supposed to be streaming at 7. I know they normally stream at 8. They said they were going to stream at 7. Wait, oh, nope. That's wrong. There's a misprint here. It says 679, that's wrong. It's 8. 8 o'clock that they're going live. So we cannot raid them. But let's see if Bree's still up. Thank you for the hydrator, we'll do that. I have, in fact, been doing a lot of talking. Which is why in the Ace Attorney games, I always make a cup of tea ahead of time of throat coat, because boy do I need it. But I can't help myself, the voices are too fun, especially Pain! It's such a stupid little one. Vamp for an hour. Could we vamp for an hour? Here's the problem, I have pizza coming in like 30 minutes. I set it to come at 7:45. We could vamp though. Or we could just go ahead and start episode 2. I can just bring my pizza inside and then we'll go. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna fucking do that. Fuck me, who cares? This is my stream. I do what I want. I make the rules here. Episode 2, Turnabout Corner. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Phoenix, did you just get involved in another murder? What is happening here? I have many questions. Fitting big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops... You can tell that this game was definitely made, I think this was the last 2D Ace Attorney game. And you can tell, because they're starting to implement some 3D stuff. But it's very rudimentary. Then, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles happened before? Let's see here. Okay, Apollo Justice was released in, I was going to say Japan's date, 2007. Dual Destinies was not until 2013. Fucking hell. Yeah, Miles Edgeworth was 2009. Investigations 2 was 2011. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures was 2015. So that's newer than Dual Destinies? Yes. And then Ace Attorney 2 was 2017, which was after Spirit. Okay, interesting. Wow, there's a huge jump after. There's a long delay between this and the next game. I forgot about that. Anyways, 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job, but I won the case. Yay? Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. Even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. law offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Hello there. You found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Oh, now, shall we begin? Begin what? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yes, well, you must have at least one. Well, I guess defending? Defending? An unusual talent, but I have a feeling she's looking for an assistant for her magic show. With a little jazzing up, of course. Do you think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me. Defend. Give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us. Thanks. I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend? No. Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? The right and co-law offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Oh, don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Oh, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Thanks. But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Trilogy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. Trilogy. I got that right before. I'm gonna say. I wanted the story of your adoption. It all came flooding back. The trial, that girl. I don't know how you forgot her. Hello, sir. Blah, blah, blah. We just did this. Lock it with a little magician girl. Right. That's right. She's my daughter. Trilogy, right. Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Oh, this is new. I like these. Let's take a look around. Who the heck are you? An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Nice. This is good to have a role model. You've got to be well over 100. How rude! Wait, hold on. I was thinking that. Did you read my mind? Is that a special power of yours? Strange split box that hears me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half? That's right. This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. We went on TV, but why is one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? It's not exactly what I call a welcoming decor. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here, too. One Trick a Day, Magic for Idiots. I think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. Those are actually for Phoenix. He wanted to connect with his daughter more, so he got himself a Magic for Dummies. I think it's sweet. There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. I assume Phoenix never gets a chance to use that piano to practice, does he? A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it. Oh, no one plays here anyway, and the neighbors complain. I guess Mr. Wright really can play. I like the little guillotine. Question, what's with the floating fork and the spaghetti? Whoa! The fork is floating! Not. We have a plate of plastic spaghetti here. That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looks so real. That's when I knew. Someday, I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. I can't tell if that's a lofty goal or a small one. One of those hula hoop things everything was crazy about way back when. I could never do well on those. I was never good at the hula hoop. I could get a little bit going. Not my thing. Really? I had no idea those were that popular. Oh god, they actually were really popular, weren't they? Fuck, I haven't thought about that in a long time. Me melting and just turning into ash right here in my chair. I'm not so bad with myself, actually. I mean, it was good exercise. I do remember in, it was Wii U Fit, or just the Wii Fit. There was a hula hoop game that was just good little exercise. I was at least doing the motion. I'm still learning. You can really make someone levitate with it? Show me. The skip it? I was also thinking about the skip it, the thing you put on your ankle, and it spins around. Here's the problem with the skip it. Here's the problem with the skip it. That was a thing that you broke your fucking ankle on. That was not a toy. That was a weapon. A self-destructive one. The only thing that you ever did for that thing was hurt yourself and sometimes trip. The end. You can do it for a long time. Nice. Huh? I have no idea how. It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it? Oh god, what else do I remember that's making me feel old? Table doesn't look very sturdy. You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table. So, like, you make the teapot disappear? So you might think, but that's not it. Yo-yos, they're not as common anymore either, but they're still... To be fair, I'm not around the youth these days. I don't... Yo-yos were... I won't say yo-yos were ever, like, super popular, but they were definitely common back in the day. I don't know how common they are now. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot changed. Tamagotchi. Always loved Tamagotchi. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. I know hard to see the difference, I think. Beyblades. I was thinking about Beyblades for sure. Was absolutely thinking about Beyblades. Oh god. Don't touch Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie? Been in this office much longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. Oh, that's right, that was Mia's plant. He's lived here since Daddy was a rookie attorney. Mr. Charlie. Right. Now I take care of him. That's adorable. I think we've looked at everything. Hold on, I have to do this too. I have to do this. This is a very important trial it's a very important thing that all attorneys in Ace Attorney games must do. Oh, I see. Hold on. Oh, I've seen one of those before. That's an attorney's badge. It looks just like the one Daddy used to have. Now, if I take this badge and do this and this, see? It's gone. Hey, my badge! What you doing with my badge? No need to worry. Just look in your pocket. Huh? No way, my pocket? Wait a second. There's something in there. It's a flyer for your agency. And here's your badge. You can have it back now. Beyblade, Beat 'em On. Beat 'em On was very short-lived. Beyblade, however, lasted a while. Fucking old Transformer toys. I was just thinking about old shit. I'm trying to think what else was popular and common that I haven't heard about in a very long time. That's the last time I let her touch anything of mine, period. Oh, is this really a talent agency? You bet! Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people. Does that include you? Trucy Wright. Trucy. I don't know why her name feels weird to me sometimes. Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid too. I am a professional, you know? Age 15. Cool. Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. The most ordinaire. Incredibly ordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. I feel like that was a dig at a lot of people. So you're you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. Okay, how long has it been since the last game happened? Has it really been 15 years? Didn't he start in his early 20s? Like 23? So it's only been 10 years or so since then, right? Trials and Tribulations was in 2007. Wait, Apollo Justice was released the same year as Trials and Tribulations? Wait, oh, it was released before. What? Hold on. This can't be right. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations original release date in Japan August 23rd, 2007. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney original release date April 12th, 2007. That's before. Huh. So this, wait. Interesting. What the fuck's the timeline? Okay, I'm lost. I'm kind of a sugar daddy, get it? I feel like you shouldn't be saying that about your own dad, who's twice your age. No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Oh, he's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation, I hope. Adoption. Adoption's always the good explanation. Especially because she hasn't said anything about mother. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, was it? Wasn't it? You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me, about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. But Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Oh, okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Are they a bunch of Hicks? Right, well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. By the way, meet our assistant for this game. She will be with us the whole time. Just like Maya. Just like... Fuck, I'm a terrible boss and terrible friend. I know it started with an S, but I can't remember her name. Or don't give me any help. One or the other. What was her name? What was your name? Susato. Okay. I was like, is it Sue something? Is Sue something? It was Susato. Okay. I failed her. It's fine. It's okay. I only failed her a little bit. Where were we? So, this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Hey, wait a second. I know you. What game are you in? I remember you. From one of the previous Ace Attorney games. I just don't remember which one. Visitors, are you? Yeah, are you the... doctor? Yep, Dr. Hickfield's the name. Morning, Doctor.
Oh, hiya there, Trucy. Cute as ever.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh, yeah. If he's gone for a morning checkup, be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you like examined?
Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Phoenix here with the save, thank you.
Why, if it isn't the daddy of the cutest little thing in town. I guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy.
I don't like him. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. I don't like him. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Right. That's a lot of manga. For DVDs. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. Oh, absolutely, 100%. But we'll kick his ass later. Probably, hopefully. I don't know. Steel Samurai? The nickel. Hey, the Steel Samurai! Buddy, how's he doing? How is our old pal, the guy that looks like a lion? I hope he's well. Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo. They're all children's action hero shows. Look. Kid I know keeps sitting the. Are you talking about Maya? Does Maya still sending you all this stuff? Huh? Like a niece or nephew? Something like that. And those kids' parents must be really generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. What's that on TV? Looks like some sort of action hero show. Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai. His booger flick attack's a big hit with the grade school crowd. Yeah, it would be. I had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Oh, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't give up, you know? Yeah, try not buying them. That was the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. I love the implication that Maya is forcing him to write up reports on the show. Your reports? It's a long story. Like a lot of things, actually. That's fucking amazing. Mr. Wright's bed. It's really messy. Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy? Yikes. I need something to clean up. Look out. You got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try to let the word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice. Wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. Pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Should I play you a tune? No thanks. How unfortunate. I so rarely get a chance to play. You're not good at it, is why. Daddy, you stuck some grape juice in again? The doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here. Trucy, look at the label. Powerpuff. Do I still have it? I probably don't. I used to have the DVD for the Powerpuff Girls movie, you know, the prologue one. Where we first met them in Mojo Jojo. That was fun. Good times. And now I'm thinking about, since we're on the topic of things that are old, I'm remembering when DVD cases didn't open, like, cases now open, like, in the middle. They used to have that latch. It was very, I don't know, it wasn't for a very long period of time, but they used to latch over instead of opening. That's not, I don't know why. But now they open like VHS cases did. But for a while, I don't know why. I really don't know why. There were 2 movies? I don't remember that. Oh. Deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. I switched the labels. I switched the labels. Don't tell Trucy, okay? What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. Grape juice in quotation marks. 4 latches? Oh god. 2 latches? Was it 2 latches? Well, now I need to look. Also, pizza is now waiting for me in the kitchen for later. Hell yeah. Let's see here. Old DVD cases. Maybe I should type old style. Images. Because I'm seeing one that I remember was only having 1 latch. Or at least, how do I put it a different way? I don't know if it was multiple latches, but at the very least it had one of the little nubbits out. Actually, I can post it in my Discord real fast. Oh, if I can find one. Sure. Image. I'll put it down in the theater. There we go. I don't know, I feel like those didn't last very long. Hey, do you want to take a look at this? I keep accidentally looking at it myself instead of giving it to people. What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? 70 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. I guess some 7 years are longer than others. There's something that it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not that, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. The one big one, yes, that's what I remember. But you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. Ah, my foot. I'm not buying it. I don't remember if you can find an image of the 2 small ones. Please send it there because I'm curious. Cause I don't remember. Also, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Oh, Daddy. I'll soon come to appreciate her talent. Just tell me things instead of insinuating them. But that sounds much fun. So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. Oh, right. Oh, no, those are worse. I do remember those. Those are actually worse. Thank you for the reminder. You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping with my head at the telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? I've fallen off a bridge before, that's fine. Wait, that game hasn't come out yet. Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. Excuse me? What kind of magic bullshit body do you have going on? Really is as lucky as they say. Again, if this really came out before Trials and Tribulations, when you fell off a bridge... No, whatever. So, why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me?
No need to get prickly now.
Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway?
Well, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble here at the office. Big! I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital.
That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent? And the groceries?
Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall.
Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid!
In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again.
No, I can't. We just made friends. How would you do this to me? To us! Polly!
Polly? Huh? Oh, I'm Polly!
That's me. I have a nickname.
Phoenix was Nick. I am Polly. Really funny.
I want a cracker. That's what I'm supposed to be saying, right? Huh? What? Now it's my fault?
On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up.
A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker.
Now it's time to reel him in.
It's official. I'm scared. Alright, so who's the client?
Yes. Yeah. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Vitokind pasta joint, al dente's.
Al dente, fucking al dente. Fucking the pasta shop is called al dente's.
Billy Piano there, of course. That's when it happened. Car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh?
Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as telling you as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal.
Car sped off in this direction. So, good luck.
Huh?
You wanted a client, didn't you? Oh, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole.
Well, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. For now.
Soon enough, you'll learn that you're both. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. And you can stick it to him in court.
Again, that's not a defense attorney. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home.
Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke.
Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know? Even the ones that aren't very funny. So, dad jokes.
But your real client should be stopping by the office any time now.
The office? You mean the talent agency?
No problem going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. It's right in front of this park. It'd be easy to find.
So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Hey, hey, hey! How long are you planning on making me wait, eh? Good morning.
Okay, I need to...
Hey, Your hair looks like noodles. Do you have a bowl of ramen on your head, or are you just... Is that just... I think that's just a beanie. A very curly, very precise hair. Please tell me your name is Ramen. A voice for him. Hey there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pop's had a bit of a rough spot, eh? Sorry about hitting the mic. I'll spell that in well, I guess. This is our client? Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, eh? Oh, yes. Name's Apollo. Oh, look at him there. Arms are crossed, like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? Boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle has been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? You know Mr. Aldoon from the noodle stand, don't you? Five points to anyone who can tell me what I'm looking at here. Who can tell me why I stopped dead in my tracks. Aldoon, motherfucker. No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Then you know the best noodles in town. Aldoon's Noodles. It's a palindrome. Well, no, it's not. Close. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trucy doll. This is Mr. Guy Aldoon. His name is Noodle backwards. His name is Noodle Guy. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Aldoon. Anything for you, Trucy doll. Yeah, attaboy. Way to... I'm just gonna say it. Way to flash him. Oh, Phoenix, you should do that to my pops all the time. Who was your dad? Do I know your dad? Your father? Yep, he let that bad boy out and said, put it on my tab. You know I'm good for it. A tab at a noodle joint? That also just sounds about right for Phoenix. Alright. So, you were in a noodle stand, Mr. Aldoon. Aldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. Secrets in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodles to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. Aye, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there is no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So, it was like destiny that you became what you are. Destiny's the word? I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year, I started my noodle stand. 15th generation of Aldoon's Noodles. So tell me more about Aldoon's Noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why, they're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pop stand back during his attorney days, too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl about now. What do you mean? It was stolen. My stand. Gone. Stolen? It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. Like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. And this morning, dark and early, it was gone! My keep! My castle! Oh! some bum carted it off? Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls went in there too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know, anyhows, that's the deal. Good luck. Huh? Wait, what exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Once again, I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Then again, in the world of Ace Attorney, they're not different. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls would kill a man. And I really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? I don't think you're listening to me, sir. I'm counting on you, Sonny. I feel like you're just completely ignoring every word that I'm saying. Don't worry, you'll catch that noodle thief soon. I swear it, I can feel it in my bones. That's your noodles taste like crap. How dare you say that to me? I thought you were listening. Head back today if you can, Apollo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Ah, listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my... If it's the doctor, I'm going to kill him. I'm going... Panties? So they were, stolen. My panties, yes. Alright. Panties. That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll. I was alone in the office last night. I'd hung my panties out the window there to dry. Then a thief came and took them. My favorite panties. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait! Oh, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. All those panties, I don't know what I'll do. Oh, I'm crying shame. Yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Apollo. Right. And you help out Trucy doll here too, you hear? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? I have three detective cases all in the same 10 seconds. We had no breaks today, and now we have 3 cases. We? What do you mean we? I guess. Let's see where we stand. In the courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list, Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit-and-run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item, Mr. L. Jude's request to find his stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, to the streets! Aren't you enthusiastic? How can I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. Alright, can we go back to the... I have a feeling there's not really anything waiting for us here. We'll go there first anyways. Huh? Mr. Wright's gone. Maybe he's gone for an examination. He'll probably be back soon. I think it might take some time. Daddy always loves his examinations? I mean, he was a lawyer, so he probably loves his cross-examinations? Don't ask, Justice. You don't want to know. Why don't we come back later? Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, right. We can only go to certain places from other certain places. June 15th. Accident scene. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car? According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Apollo, that's a nice looking lady over there. Questioner. Okay. Oh, my pizza's here. It's out in the kitchen. In fact, we're about ready to... Once we get to a quick stopping point, we'll call it there. I'm a little curious about the park over there, too. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Oh, a husky. You want something? Well, no, I don't know how to do a husky voice. Quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Whew. Money, so that's what my son will call his friends. This is the cute Kentucky... Yeah, whatever. Kentucky family mansion, little girl. Eh? You, kid with the hair. You want something? Me? No, not a thing. Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? The Kentucky family... They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. You're gonna ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. Ah! Right. Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear? Plum, Kentucky. Live at the fourth head of the Kentucky family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. If Bliss could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. Okay, now we're gonna call it. There we go. Yayo has gone up. They are live. They're gonna do some Lethal Company, but we're gonna end Ace Attorney here. That's a good stopping point. So go ahead and save. We kind of did an outro a little bit earlier. Thank you all so much for joining us for Ace Attorney Thursday. Yay! Love that it's back. Love having these games. They're so good. Okay. Upcoming streams. Saturday, there will be no stream because I unfortunately have work. But Sunday, we should be back for Genshin with B, continuing a bit of story stuff, and then that'll be next week. So y'all enjoy the rest of your week. I'll see you on Sunday, I suppose. It is food time for me. But y'all, go hang out with Yayo, with the Lethal Company. I can actually fucking copy this for myself. Noms will be good, I promise. You know what? This is fine. I know it's good. Alright. I'm gonna send y'all out. Have a great night. And yeah, I'm happy that this is back. So long.